trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Marley Caden, live from Chicago. We're tracking market movers, earnings reactions, and what traders are watching next. Stream Schwab Network, live at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. I want to count you down to the start of trading. Could we hit some records today even? Joining me here on set as we wait to see more action. Oil has now turned into the red, 91.25 the barrel. You have a 10-year bond yield of 4.27. And President Trump saying today it looks like they're going to be making a deal. They're back to Islamabad. Tim Bonas is with me. That's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Seems that's the plan. We'll see.
That's right. And what war? That seems to be the headline this morning coming through from the notes. Nicole, I mean, Denny saying so far as the stock market is concerned, the war is over until further notice, because obviously we are just an arm's length away now from an all-time high. Obviously we're within 1% now of the S&P 500, and we only need 11 points to get there this morning. So obviously we're looking at just some fractionally higher up arrows right now. The NASDAQ, remembering we've seen this longest winning streak since 2021. We've seen the Tran at a record. The dollar, not everyone's talking about that, but obviously we have seen that also giving up nearly all the gains since the war, near 6 weeks low as we get up and running this morning right now with 97.93 on the Dixie. It's back to where it was before the war started, after rising 3% on that relative safe haven bid that we've seen. And what does that mean? Well, international catching a bid as well. China became the latest overnight to actually recoup all of its war losses as well, getting back now to the pre-war levels today. Singapore and Taiwan had already managed to recoup the losses. Australia and Japan not far away. Europe is not far off from recovering losses either. In fact, the stock 600 is just 2% away from recouping those losses, and that would also be an all-time high. So we are seeing very much internationally markets regaining some of the strength right now. There is a view, though, out there, I would point out, Nicole, that we may pause and sort of drift sideways in the short term, and that is because some of the traders have been pointing out to me that maybe things are looking a little bit stretched at this point. I know that a lot of the conversation in recent days has been around obviously a lack of positioning in this market. If you take a look at the semi-stocks index, up 30% from March 30th low in just 10 trading days, Nicole. But if you take a look at the RSI on the 7-day, for instance, 85, so very overbought. And so these are some of the things that traders have been pointing out as to why we might drift sideways for now. But yes, I mean, you continue to see these headlines about the fact that, according to reports, we're talking about perhaps more negotiations, the US and Iran potentially coming to the table once again. And so it feels like the US markets are very much holding on to that optimism that things are getting better and not worse.
And that has been the rhetoric from the Washington, administration, from Trump himself. He said, look, we were trying to do this quickly, we want to get out, and so we'll see whether or not he can actually have that execution at this moment. How about we take a look at Uber, which is spending on autonomous vehicles?
Yeah, $10 billion according to the Financial Times this morning. This is the report coming through, Nicole, so it's going to be spending quite a hefty amount on thousands of autonomous vehicles and stakes in also their developers. So I believe it's 2.5 set aside for that, and then the rest on these autonomous vehicles. So the point of this article really points out that it's basically a shift away from the asset-light model now and the gig economy. And the aim is really to avoid disruption coming from the robo-taxi services in 28 global cities by 2028. I mean, obviously it's been partnering up with other companies like Baidu, Rivian, and Lucid as well. So the FT very much points to more money that's going to be spent on this sort of more heavy asset type of business model. But speaking of investments, Nicole, the other story that's floating around Uber today is out of the information, because it seems like software development is becoming a very costly reality for these tech companies. Uber's CTO, so the executive at the helm of the technology, has reportedly said now that the company's AI spending is effectively blowing out the budget right now. So according to the information, the CTO is saying that the company's surging use of AI coding tools has maxed out its full-year AI budget. We're in April, Nicole, of 2026. And I think this is going to be really at the core of the debate moving forward when we're talking about these tech companies being CapExed up to the eyeballs. Just how much they really have to spend on this stuff.
And we had today yet another story with Broadcom and Meta.
Right.
Every single day, there's more spending on AI, more gigawatts, more everything. To your point, thank you. Sam Bottas, and we'll check out those banks after the earnings. The opening bell rings right now. And here we go. The S&P 500 is at 69.79. The all-time high is 7,002. So you can watch for that level. Right now, the S&P is up about 12 points. That's up about 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 168 points, 48,689. The tech-heavy Nasdaq up 21 points at 25,863. The small caps, the Russell, which has had a great run, is at 2707, gaining fractionally this morning. Oil and gold are both lower. I'd say oil is lower. I mean, I almost feel like in a moment we're going to get to an 8 handle. It's at $90.78 for the barrel. It's pretty unbelievable to see that. When you think about it, wasn't long ago we were closer to 120, right? You remember that. In the meantime, a Bitcoin 74,455. We continue to take a look at some of the movers here. Earnings season. Diane King Hall is with me, and we take a look here at ASML in the pre-market. I did see that name to the downside. Diane, good morning.
Good morning. And it was bouncing around as investors tried to read the tea leaves on where to go next with this one. This may be a little bit of a case of buying the rumors, sell the news, because the annual forecast looked good. Now the second quarter forecast is a little soft, but if you look out further than that, it did look solid. And on a year-over-year basis, despite the downdraft that we're seeing today, the stock is up more than 100% on a year-over-year basis. In terms of the trailing quarter, when you convert it to dollars, ASML reporting earnings of $8.37 per share. That was better than expected. Revenue also topping expectations at a touch above $10.25 billion there. Again, converted to dollars. Revenue growth was up 13%, so you had some strength there. Gross margins 53%. So again, ASML really turning up the voltage when it comes to this AI boom in terms of their full-year sales outlook. They're raising that as chip makers just move to add capacity. They now see 2026 net sales of between 36 to 40 billion euros. That's up from a prior range of 34 to 39 billion. Now, keep in mind, ASML is the only company making that advanced ultraviolet lithography machines, that those are needed to produce these cutting-edge chips that all these companies need as the AI arms race continues. The CEO saying, quote, "We expect, in fact, that the supply will not meet the demand for the foreseeable future," and that's been the question in this area. It's been more of a supply challenge than a demand challenge. So again, this is an upbeat annual forecast. Now the second quarter forecast is a little soft at expectations of between 8.4 to 9 billion euros. So we're seeing shares shave off right now, real time, Nicole.
Yeah, and so look, the demand for chips outpacing supply, and that has been the story about AI. It's just demand, surging demand, and so that's why you continue to see all the spending that we've been seeing. How about Progressive earnings?
Progressive earnings. So Progressive has been something that's been in focus today. Let's take a look at where those shares are. I want to give a quick check on that ticker there. Pulling that one up right now. Sorry, a little slow on that one here. Shares are a little off right now, off the back Progressive now in terms of their results today. Just catching up on that one. They did beat expectations. Earnings coming in at $4.96 per share. That the estimate. Sales coming in at $20.9 billion. That was actually a miss there. So this is a mixed result here, and you can see in terms of investor reaction, they are trying to process that real time right now as shares fluctuate.
Yeah, understood. And you have another one?
Looking at Nike, so Nike shares right now a little bit higher at the moment. This as we see some insider buying, both Elliott Hill, Apple CEO Tim Cook moving on that one. High-profile insiders buying stock here. Shares rising right now as you see the bets increase here. Now this is it's been a rough year for Nike, but this is a vote of confidence from these key names here. Tim Cook buying about 25,000 shares. Elliott Hill buying a touch less than that, approaching 24,000 shares. Combined, the purchases total almost 2 million here. So this is a signal that leadership believes the stock is undervalued right now. It suggests that management sees better days ahead, especially after recent weakness. Nike, in this case, investors are looking for proof in the pudding that the turnaround is here, that Elliott Hill's plan to turn this around is coming to fruition quicker than expected. There has been concern around that, and that's why you've seen shares under pressure year to date, often just shy of 30% on year-to-date basis, because some investors are saying this turnaround is taking too long and haven't seen the momentum yet. So one to watch here, but you see some confidence at the moment.
All right, and last but not least, we take a look at Cloudflare. I see that they're trading higher.
Yep, it's got an upgrade here, so you got some conviction around this. Piper Sandler upgrading this to overweight from neutral. They're set at $222 price target from here. The analysts basically believing that the stock can outperform from here. They're turning bullish. They see Cloudflare being constructive in a few areas: cybersecurity, of course, cloud infrastructure, networking services, AI infrastructure, and edge computing. So AI matters here because they believe that Cloudflare will benefit from AI workloads, strong relationship with LLMs, fast networks, secure connections, distributed computing power. They think that it's a strong case for Cloudflare from here. The pullback recently, they believe, helps the stock as they see this as a good entry point. So you are seeing shares rise right now, 3.5%. So regaining some of their lost ground so far this year. On a year-over-year basis, obviously Cloudflare looks much better. Nicole.
All right, price target 222. It's at 186. That's a nice upside. Diane King Hall, great to see you.
Great to see you.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
And folks, we'll continue to take a look at the big moves here in the market. The V-shaped recovery. 5 weeks of selling, then we were in correction territory, and now we're looking at the third week of gains. We are so close to record highs. Coming up next, our next guest called a sentiment recession. What does that mean? Opening bell, we'll be right back.
Others recap the news. I help you read between the lines, from what's moving markets to what's next, with sharp takes and market know-how. Follow me on all social media platforms at Diane King Hall, and connect with me on LinkedIn for more.
Kick off the morning with the data and the decisions moving markets. Morning trade line breaks down the macro moves driving the price action, from Fed policy to global growth to inflation prints and geopolitical risk. Smart, fast, and always live from Trade Live, where the markets meet the macro, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network. Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. I'm Nicole Pedalides. We have the hustle and bustle here on Wall Street. Stocks are higher. The Dow's up 117 points. And we are seeing the NASDAQ, I'm looking at the S&P 500, whether or not it gets to that 7,000 mark, right? You're watching that for new highs. Joining me right now, Blake Millard is with us, Director of Investments at Sandbox Financial Partners. And we're looking at really a V-shaped recovery. It came pretty quickly after 5 weeks of selling, didn't it? Is that what you expected?
Yeah, good morning, Nicole. It's great to be here with you. Look, the Bears had their chance to take control of this market, but they failed. Stocks have now fully recovered from the Iran conflict, with the S&P 500 erasing a near 10% correction, and now we're returning back to those old highs in late January, probing right there. So since the March 30 low, we are now higher by 600, almost 700 points. That's 10%. The market has once again shrugged off geopolitical risk and proven its resiliency in the process. So equities right now are acting as if the worst is over, helped by ongoing diplomacy talks seeking permanent peace in the region, as well as momentum heading into earnings season. This 2-week rally, 3-week rally for me is confirming that there's probably a durable low in place. We can see that with credit spreads tightening, the dollar collapsing a little bit, yields coming down, and those are important signals for risk assets. So we think the environment favors further upside in the back half of the year, but I think there's an important lesson here for investors at home, and that's while risks continually pop up under this administration, and the current Iran conflict remains ongoing, and there's going to be more risks to overcome in the coming weeks and months, the reality is that staying invested, staying the course, remains the best option for most investors. So 2026 is just a reminder that periods of uncertainty, while they feel unpleasant, and they absolutely do, it's also when opportunities are the most attractive for long-term investors. So when markets experience volatility like this, driven by these geopolitical events, it's often the case that earnings expectations don't change as much as the stock prices. So really the bottom line lesson for me, for investors at home, is investors that are maintaining a long-term perspective, holding a balanced portfolio to navigate these difficult periods, can often be rewarded for their patience.
So let's talk about, I want to get to the opportunities and what your investment advice is for folks, because that's really important. But what's this sentiment recession? What does that mean?
Great question. So markets are soaring, and that's despite what we are calling a sentiment recession that are plaguing most Americans. So even though the economy is still growing and job layoffs remain low by historical standards, public confidence has collapsed. Consumer sentiment is near record lows. We can measure this. So last week, we got a preliminary reading from the April University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey, and what it showed was the index has never been lower than where it is today. And this is data that has been consistently collected since 1978. So you're looking at almost 50 years, and think about everything that's transpired since 1978. Literally everything under the sun. And the reality is that the data has never been lower. So there's this disconnect. There's this, the data and the moods don't really match. And especially when you consider that economic growth, like GDP, is still positive. But again, that Michigan survey shows that over 60% of Americans say the economy feels, quote, bad. And I think there's a couple reasons for this. It's the inflation stacking that we've seen over the last 5 or 6 years that's left permanent lasting scars. People don't feel inflation the way that we report and measure it. It's not just like a month-to-month reading. They see it as permanently higher prices when they're at the grocery store, or when they're paying their insurance premiums. That inflation shock doesn't just go away because maybe 1 or 2 soft reports, in any given month. I would also say that the job market isn't as strong as, beneath the surface as what the headline numbers might show. Hiring, we know, is slowed. We also know that firing has slowed, but the job growth is really concentrated in only a few sectors, which makes the economy feel worse than it really is. And the third point I would really make is politics. They're the amplifier in this disconnect. Obviously, this administration is pursuing this New World Order and these aggressive policies that they've rolled out over the last year and a half, and I think that is weighing on sentiment. So really, I would say that the stock market has held up, earnings have held up, but that strength isn't translating into how people feel in their day-to-day.
Yeah, Blake, let me ask you this. I mean, I know you like tech, small caps, and international. That's where you see opportunity for the next 6 to 12 months. What tech names do you like, or what kinds of tech?
Great question. So we view tech as always being a core holding. These are your secular growers with strong balance sheets, pricing powers, cash on their balance sheets, and they're in so many different lines of businesses. But I would say that investors should be discerning different areas of tech, because there are some real winners that have emerged in the last 6 months, and there are those that are lagging behind. And we know a lot of this. So, if I had to pick the one important group of the market, it would be semiconductors. These are the companies that are the backbone of the modern economy and one of the best gauges for risk appetite. And these assets, these semiconductor chips, are absolutely printing right now, and they're touching new all-time highs. On the flip side, we know that software is historically oversold, and we're really almost past that cusp of like what I would characterize as seller's frenzy. That's just like indiscriminate selling. So I think positioning, the amount of washout in sentiment, I think there's an opportunity here for some mean reversion. So, if you have a little bit of patience, there are some real names there under the surface to go picking. So within tech, there's definitely different. There's this, there's this change in path really underneath the surface between the hardware and the software.
Okay. Blake Millard, Sandbox Financial Partners. Thank you so much. It's great to see you, Blake. Thanks. Coming up, the key levels to watch here on Wall Street. Looking at the charts, right now we are getting closer to 7,000 on the S&P 500. 3 weeks in a row of gains for the Dow, the S&P, and the Nasdaq. Is that what we're going to see? It's only Wednesday. Let's see. Opening bell. We'll be right back.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Jenny Horn. We go beyond the headlines, tracking the trends, sector moves, and fundamentals shaping the markets in real time. This is Schwab Network. Subscribe at schwabnetwork.com. Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert analysis and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotations, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live. Subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email,
shop. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, had a stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant. I programmed that 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. It's time for our market meetup panel. Joining me right now, Alex Coffey and Kevin Hinks. And I was just taking a look. Obviously, the story from the banks has been a really good one. For example, Bank of America is around a 9-week high. It's gained 17% in a short period of time. Profit and revenue higher. Sales and trading were good. I will say that the Dow turned negative here. Caterpillar, Cisco, Chevron, Honeywell, Coca-Cola, JP Morgan are among the laggards. Alex, I'll start with you. Some of your thoughts on market action.
Yeah, I thought earnings were going to be important this week, and so far, at least for financials, they've been really strong. Over an 80% beat rate with an aggregate earnings growth for the group so far of 18%. The average one-day price change for the sector is actually a positive number. It's a small one, but 0.5% higher for an average one-day price change is certainly notable. Now, you talked about banks, and while Morgan Stanley and Goldman aren't technically in the GICS banking subsector, they're in capital markets, the 6 bank stocks are actually lower by an average of 1.3%. So that's something to monitor. All in all, though, S&P 500 is through about 6% of stocks so far this season for the quarter, and the quarterly beat rate so far is 73% on an aggregate earnings growth of over 31%. Now, we expect that to come in as we get more and more of these stocks, but we're off to a really fast start here for earnings, and financials are a big part of that story.
Yeah, ASML is to the downside. We saw that sort of going back and forth a little bit. Tomorrow we'll have Taiwan Semi. I think that comes in the morning. Also Netflix, U.S. Bancorp, Citizens, Bank of New York, Mellon, KeyBank. So more earnings to come. Kevin Hinks, some of your thoughts this morning.
I think even though the S&P is showing a small gain on the day, the NASDAQ is showing a small gain on the day. Right now, 8 of the 11 sectors in the S&P are lower. Now, the good news is 2 of those sectors, information technology and consumer discretionary, 2 of the main sectors of the S&P 500 are higher, as well as Nicole, financials are higher today. Those are the 3 sectors in the S&P that are higher so far this morning. That said, this market looks a little hesitant as we reach towards that 7,000 level.
Yeah, I should also add, I mean, I saw the New York Empire manufacturing number that rose. We saw a pickup in April. That was really some optimism right there, too. For the most part, we are seeing some bright spots. Alex, your thoughts?
Yeah, Kevin mentioned 7,000, and you can't get that number out of your head, as that's basically the all-time high for the S&P 500 cash index on an intraday basis. Well, we're within here, within 1% for sure, probably closer to 0.5% of that mark. So it's not unreasonable to say, hey, we could be there today, end of the week, which is pretty incredible given all the headlines and all the uncertainty going on. Shows how resilient financial markets really are. For the NDX, not an all-time high since the end of October of last year. Well, it's just over 1% from that mark, so it's also made quite the comeback. But to me, what stands out the most is we are set to get many of these different tech names over the next coming weeks, is that you've seen a pretty substantial correction in valuations. I know Dan Ives has talked about this in many of his notes, but stocks can correct in a couple ways, and from an index level, valuations have corrected through time. We've kind of just gone sideways for the better part of the last 3, 4, 5 months. But for many of these tech names, mega caps in particular, but also the software stocks we've talked about, there has been a pretty substantial repricing, but all the while for many of these stocks, earnings estimates have remained robust, and in some cases even only gotten better.
Yeah, well, the final thought here really is how well we've been doing and how resilient the market is. Do you want to give us a final thought?
Yeah, if you look at what's driving the market or holding the market here, it's what Alex just mentioned. It's software within information technology. Microsoft, Oracle, Palantir, Salesforce. capitalization chart that looks fairly bleak except for one big green section, and that is software. Nicole?
All right, and have we seen the bottom? That's the question. Some people say yes. All right, Alex Coffey, Kevin Hanks, thank you. Now we get to Kevin Green, who's taking a look here at our market action and the charts in particular. Senior markets correspondent Kevin Green, your thoughts?
Good morning, Nicole. Yeah, I mean, Alex and Kevin really kind of talked about this. That 7,000 level is going to be a key area of resistance, and that's where we are seeing the majority of the call flows this morning at that 7,000 level. So that's going to be the positive dealer area, or where we could maybe see some selling pressure taking place in the market. If we break down below that, looking at 69.60 as your first area of support, and then below that 69.20. You know, the sell semiconductor buy software type of trade, or that pairs trade, is still in effect. It's just in reverse at this point. So Microsoft outperforming, Palantir doing a phenomenal job this morning as well. So keep your eye out on that. And financials are still holding up relatively well. And I will say, if you're kind of looking at the price action this morning, Nicole, a little bit more jitters when you're looking at the volume and the move to the upside, both to the upside and downside, but a little bit more selling pressure once we get to that upper end of resistance, sitting around 69.90 here. So keep your eye out on this market. Volatility is relatively low. Credit spreads are also relatively low too, so that's also fueling this equity rally. And I think the headline risk is still a big one. We do have Israel coming out and stating that they are not having a ceasefire with Lebanon. That's another reason why we are seeing a lot of this volatility right now to start the day.
Kevin Green, great to see you. Thank you so much. And thank you, friends, for being with me here on Opening Bell. I'm Nicole Petalides every single day, 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. So I'll see you at 2 o'clock for the watch list. Join me then. Morning Trade Live with Sam Badas is next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Schwab coaching is concepts brought to life in the real world.
Schwab coaching is learning constantly.
It's relatable, it's practical, clear, understandable, and hopefully entertaining. Take it for what it's worth, but I think it's absolutely world class.
Schwab coaching is actionable, individualized, community, growth, and empowering.
It's really a human touch with your investing.
We have coaches who have been in the industry and around the industry for a long time.
So the nice thing about Schwab coaching is that clients get access to 9 different sets of expertise.
We want to engage with you and chat on the shows we host. We want to engage with you outside of the classes we host.
A consolidation that could add to this trade. So we shall see.
We have different formats because people learn differently at different times.
Somebody's a real bookworm, we've got courses for you to learn from. They can dig in, go at their own pace.
We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got this ongoing 24, 25 times a year events that are making their way around the country.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
They're kind of helping each other learn step by step along with the education that we provide them as well.
We're going to be able to help you regardless of where you are on that path of education. It's really unique, not just that it exists, but that you can tap into 30-some hours worth of it each and every week. How incredible is that? And it's free.
Live insights, actionable data, and market-moving analysis. Schwab Network connects the headlines to the why in real time. Watch free 24/7 at schwabnetwork.com.
plenty to hit on both here and abroad over the next hour, so here's a look at what is coming up. We will discuss the latest international news and impact of Iran negotiations, while also checking in on the latest Asprey 6 model metrics. And over the next hour, we'll take a closer look at the Bank of America and TSMC. Bank of America is up this morning after reporting earnings, and TSMC is up nearly 25% this year. Let's take a look at where markets stand around half an hour into trading. We are looking at more of a mixed picture today. We've got the S&P 500 managing to just hold on to some fractional gains there as we are within arm's length of this all-time high here at 69.80. The Nasdaq 100 putting on about 0.3% right now. Obviously, we have been looking at the Nasdaq's 10-day winning streak. That would take us back to 2021. Bit of softness in the Dow Jones this morning. We're down about 70 points or so. It does look like a few stocks are weighing on that particular index. So the Russell 2000 just fractionally higher today for us. We are seeing quite a sea of red, a big chunk of negativity across chips this morning. Software is gaining. We've got a mixed picture across our Mag 7 names today. But let's take a look at how foreign markets are faring at this juncture, because of course we have seen a nice rally out in Asia once again. The Nikkei 225 up around 0.5%. The Hang Seng Index up 0.3%. In fact, China becoming the latest Asian stock market to get back to its pre-war levels today, following Singapore and Taiwan. Europe is nearly there, not far off from recovering the losses. The FTSE right now, a cautious tone out there. We've got some positivity out in Germany, but you've got the Stock 600 just over 2% away, which could also be an all-time high from recouping those war losses. So continuing to watch that. We'll unpack that with AJ Kaling throughout the rest of the program. But let's take a look at some of these futures products as well. Very interesting moves in Treasury markets today. In fact, the 2-year Treasury yield falling below 375 this morning for the first time since the middle of March. So that's something to keep an eye on. We've got the 10-year right now yielding at 428. The US dollar has picked up some steam right now, but remembering the Dixie is pretty much back to where we saw before the war after rising 3% on that relative safe haven bid. So we have given up nearly all the gains since the war, tracking around 6-week lows today, but holding firm there just so slightly. Gold right now on the flat line, 48.50. Crude oil sitting at $91 a barrel, and that is very much what is helping buoy stocks this morning once again today, as it does remain off those triple digits, and Bitcoin is lower, just fractionally there, 74,000 and change. It caught a bid yesterday as we did see riskier assets very much rallying in the session. So let's get out to Kevin Green with everything in mind that obviously we saw this morning, and then coming off this stunning rally yesterday. Obviously we continue to track these Iran negotiations, and the latest obviously on these energy markets. It does look like they're going to get back to the negotiating table as far as the reporting is concerned, KG, at some stage this week. Just walk us through what you're seeing, the developments and the market impact.
You want to mess with me this morning?
Well, we continue to see the commentary around a ceasefire and the hopes that we will see a longer-term solution here in the coming days. Maybe could be hashed out, and that's why the markets continue to try to rally higher, and why you are seeing pressure on the energy sector as a whole here, especially when you're looking at crude oil.
Check your account.
A little bit of interesting intraday trading today, this morning, as
check your account.
A lot of volatility in some respects in certain sectors here. You are seeing some comments coming from Israel regarding their ceasefire with Lebanon. It seems like their security cabinet will be meeting and discussing those terms. We'll see if that's going to move forward. If so, if it does, obviously it will put a little bit of pressure to the downside on the energy markets, and then also could lead us a little bit higher when it comes to equities. But if we do see any type of standoff, that's where we could see volatility coming back into the
I took profits. I'm up another 150, bro.
Complex as a whole for crude oil. We kind of talked about the $75 level as the key area of support. If we do see a breakdown, there's probably still going to be an elevated price when it comes to oil, just because of the logistic
D-Wave, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you, D-Wave. My signal from yesterday.
So you have to be mindful of that.
That shit printed, bro. I told you I had the $17 call and the $19 call.
Just
and both of them printed
this morning. Profitability of refiners. And it's actually a really key leading indicator when it comes to oil prices. You can see that we had a breakdown or a bearish
early,
where that spread was moving lower, but energy prices or oil prices were moving higher.
I can't understand you. It sounds like you're saying I'm the coldest again.
But what's also very interesting here, Sam, is we are actually starting to see that.
I told you yesterday. I did a video about it. People who subscribe to the channel, they seen me do that video. I told the whole world that this was happening right here, right now. And this is some Muncie. That D-Wave want to go higher, bro. Let this pullback happen. What happened to you? What happened to you last night, bro? Bro, was I talking to you last night? Yeah. Left on y'all. Yeah. Can't remember what was happening. I was 40 yesterday, bro. My girl got us some Dairy Queen. We didn't get no ice cream though. Had some Dairy Queen. I had made 150 in the market yesterday. Another 150. Market gonna give me back what they owe me, bro. I took profits a little bit too early on some of my positions, but I need this money in my pocket, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm about to. I'm trying to get a good position on D-Wave.
Okay, good to know. Go check it out and read KG's newsletter there. Let's switch gears to what's happening with the domestic data that we're seeing coming through.
I got some money. What dividend stocks should I start buying?
The index data there. Just walk us through
Robinson.
what that's showing.
Bro, I don't want to get in. I like, yeah. But go ahead and sit above this first, bro. I don't want to get in this and then they pull back. On D-Wave. What's AM? We're gonna pull back on some of that stuff. Let me see how the Max 7 is doing. V is breaking through bullish diversion. Bearish diversion. Can I go? is Microsoft doing, bro? They trying so hard, bro. They might mess around and be 500 in the trade. They climbing back up here. I'm gonna say third. What they give me a target? Yeah.
I'm Nicole Fevellini's at the New York
It'd be
Stock
nice to get
Exchange.
them on a
Market
pullback, but
reaction,
they
market
won't
movers,
pull
and
back right now.
real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at schwabnetwork.com.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Sure. Just posted. Come right over. Just wanted you to know you're on Listen Plus. No balls? Your fancy
Bro, who are you talking about?
teammates and everything in one place. Like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, Schwab
Who
ABM.
be mad at you, cuz?
Your full service wealth management and everything in between. I think I'm getting sick. Maybe we can buy that.
They haven't even passed you the ball for real. They won't pass me the ball neither.
Schwab. No politics, no spin. Just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
We're back with Morning Trade Live. Broadcom and Meta announced a multi-year strategic partnership to support Meta's artificial intelligence compute infrastructure. Building
But I
upon
ain't
their
trying to get
existing
far out the
partnership,
money
Broadcom will
on
deliver
nothing,
technology
bro.
supporting Meta's Training and Inference Accelerator, or MTIA chips. Those chips will serve as the
I don't
backbone
never
for
gamble,
Meta's
bro.
deployment of AI data
That's why I
centers.
took
The chips
that's why I
are
took
being
profits on
designed
my
to
shit.
scale the hardware required to bring generative AI features and personal super
Buying
intelligence
shares?
to billions of people globally across apps like WhatsApp, Instagram, and Threads. So Meta is 1.5% higher at $672 and change right now. Let's take a look at some of the leaders on this
Buying
sector.
shares.
It's mixed day here for stocks. Datadog is higher by 7.5%. ServiceNow is up almost 7%.
I don't know, bro. I think you're right on the buying
Once
shares,
again
bro.
rallying today. I believe
I'm
it's
gonna set
the
some of my
23rd
I'm gonna set some of
straight
these
day
gains
for
aside so I can buy
IPPs
some
that managed to keep it
AT&T
up. So
shares.
Oracle is among those names as well. That's been in the headlines in the last few days as well with respect to its tie-ups and partnerships as well. 5.5% up, and the trade desk up 5.8. So it is a nice day for some of our software
I
names,
think
which
you're
have
right,
been
bro.
getting beaten down hard, particularly over the last few months or so. So a nice trade day for them. And then on the other end of it, we've got some hardware names. In fact, this is where the big chunk of red is right now across our chip space. SanDisk and Seagate both down.
Are you on my Twitch right now,
In
bro?
the memory space, and then Carrier Global's down 5.5, Lennox International down 6.6. So we are seeing rotation
You
perhaps
yelling
from
at,
some
bro?
of the hardwares into the softwares today as
I
there's
was
a
like,
little game of ping
the
pong
hell had to be
continues
nice and Joe and
in the
Hydra and
technology
all them
space.
dudes you
So
was just talking
that's
about.
a quick snapshot of the winners and the losers of the session. Joining us now is John Kosar, Senior Investor Portfolio Manager at Asprey
Well, they
Research.
do
John,
like me, bro.
great day to have you on when we're really just
Who?
half an hour
Casual?
away from an all-time high here on
Bro,
the
don't be
S&P
saying
500.
that,
I
bro.
mean, what a remarkable comeback
They do
considering the
like me, bro.
pre-war levels that we've seen, and obviously the U.S. markets have very much
They
been
do like me,
leading
bro.
the
What
way
you mean,
as
bro?
far as the recovery here. What are your charts showing you?
The charts are showing me that you really kind of need to keep your ear to the tracks right now. A lot of this has been driven by news coming out of the White House regarding the war.
These are all the people that don't like
Moves
you.
that we made, the one that we made on March the 30th, and then the one that we made over
Hey,
the
I got
weekend,
an image. What is
where
this
you're getting
image?
a big gap higher. Those were both
This is a screenshot of your
indicating
money
news
again,
coming out
ain't
of
it?
the White House. So trying to figure that out is virtually impossible. So what we try to do is watch the internals to show us kind of what the market's thinking, and one of the ways we do that is with the Asbury 6. The Asbury 6 are 6 metrics that we put together by a quantitative
don't disappear
prices,
again, bro.
asset flows, volatility, trading volume, and market breadth. Um, you can see that most of them turned. Those are the dates that are on those cells in that April 6th, 7th, 8th period, which is when we got the last message from the White House that we weren't going to wipe out the entire country. We were going to give them another 2 weeks, which actually is starting to run out. So right now, despite all of the fireworks, the market is internally healthy on a tactical basis.
Okay, so if the internals are holding up okay as far as the EKG chart for the market, then what does that tell you? What do you take away from that, John, when you look at those stats? I mean, is this time to increase or decrease exposure? Do you change the momentum, as far as what to do next based on that data?
Data's been volatile, and we're up against the old highs that we made, up around 7,000. So for me, I don't know that I want to add a lot of exposure when we're going to have the 2 weeks are going to be running out here in a couple of days, and we're up against a resistance area. I don't like to buy against resistance levels because your risk reward is upside down. I would rather wait till the breakout, or I'd rather wait till the market goes down to a support level where I've got some leverage. So the market's internally healthy on a short-term tactical basis, but again, we're up against the old highs, and we could be another tweet away from being 200 lower.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've seen plenty of jawboning up over the last 6 weeks or so in this market, but they seem to be taking
Bro, what are you doing in your car
investors
exactly,
very
bro?
much in the optimism around the fact that things aren't getting worse, at least with the ceasefire agreement on the oil front. Just walk us through some of the sectors and what they're showing you right now.
Bro, discipline over emotions, bro. You can't let people be getting you like that, bro. If the small things like that gonna be making you upset, bro, everything gonna be making you upset, bro.
Yeah, that's kind of, for us, that's really where the opportunity has been. We have another model called the SEMA model, and it's an acronym, and it's based on sector rotation. So the top 3 sectors for us right now, you can see them across the top there. We have industrials, utilities, and technology, XL, I, U, and K. Those are where the money is going according to our model, and where the money is
back right here at
As
the
long as
top.
the VIX stays down, people stay calm, investors stay
They did
calm,
not
and
do it
this
right
rally
here,
can
boy.
continue.
Keep calm and carry on. I mean, some would call it resilience, or some would call it complacency, John. Who knows? But
Okay,
it's
yeah,
nothing
I
short
might
of
be fine.
notable and pretty remarkable what we've seen as far as this comeback.
Slow
Thanks
wave
so
right
much for
here.
breaking down all your charts today for us. John Kosar there, Chief Market Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Free Research. Coming up, we'll get a closer look at the big picture with the team over at Charles Schwab. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back.
I'm Diane Kinghall on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. When markets react, we are live with
US is
analysis
flying,
that
bro.
matters. Watch
I don't
now
know if
on
quantum was gonna go before it was gonna go, bro. You said no one was talking about quantum, and then it started going for me, bro.
How's it going? First day, so sometimes
Next.
try it again.
You could have done better.
Please.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane Kinghall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
QS ain't doing it like D-Wave though, bro.
Powered by Ameritrade.
And IOQ.
Even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk. Our team of passionate traders
D-Wave's
ready
trying
to
to go.
tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and any platform.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions. From earnings shocks to sector rotations, we're tracking the catalysts that move markets right into the close.
Here on the floor, I bring you real-time sentiment from traders driving the action.
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see before the bell rings.
Live coverage of the close every single day. This is Market on Close, live weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. We're back to Morning Trade Live. According to the Financial Times report, Uber is committing over $10 billion towards autonomous vehicles, including equity stakes and fleet investments.
Tempest AI is up 7%. Solid Power is up 7%.
Providers and planned launches in 2026. The strategy aims to secure
Robinhood was up
long-term positioning
7% in pre-market.
development of investments that do depend on partnerships actually meeting deployment milestones.
I was trying to tell you. Yeah, that's what I did tell you. D-Wave was up last night. I told you we did this call right here on our strategy. Down here when it was $16, that motherfucker printed. On B-Wave. Been printing the whole time. Well, this one right here was. Let me see. Yes, this one. This one looks good. The call. Oh my God, bro. This stuff is went to $20, bro. Trying to go to $20 on us, bro.
There is a view out there that the market will perhaps pause and drift short term. At least that's what I'm getting from some of the trading desks because things are looking a bit stretched. What's your view?
Yeah, good morning, Sam. Certainly near term, I mean, we're overbought. If you look at like the NASDAQ 100, for example, we were below 30 on the RSI, the relative strength rating. That's your oversold metric. And within 10 trading days, we basically rallied up to our overbought level at 70. We're just right below there right now. But I think
what's today? Today Wednesday or Thursday?
Importantly, is just the S&P 500 is
Today
basically
Wednesday. I got a meeting today at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that.
7,002, I believe. And so there were multiple, there's a lot of contention, a lot of volume, weighted average price, so
Chat, y'all can sit through. Y'all can sit with me through this
this
meeting.
50-point zone. So it'll be interesting to see. It would make sense if we either pause here, and then I think it would be encouraging for the bulls to get perhaps some sideways consolidation to slightly down consolidation. That wouldn't be unusual, but there. Sam, you're talking about these announcements every day.
Yeah.
Oracle and Bloom Energy and CoreWeave and Anthropic. These compute deals are just announced basically daily. So if you're trying to get a read on what's the state of the AI infrastructure build-out being, look no further than the daily headlines that are coming out for these compute deals.
Speaking of that, we also have this report that we just mentioned Uber before coming to you, Nate, that the CTO, the executive who's in charge of the technology, basically saying, I mean, the AI investments, the spending that they're doing here on some of this software development is blowing out the budget, saying that they pretty much spent everything in 2026 so far, and we're only in April. That is according to these reports. So it just goes to show how costly this reality is becoming for some of these tech companies. And I suppose that provides a nice segue to what we're seeing in this market with regards to the IGV versus the semis today. Have you got any thoughts on that? Because obviously we've got a while to go. I mean, the IGV off the lows, we're seeing it at 81 right now. I believe we need to get back up to levels around 85 to prove that this is not a dead cat bounce here. But I mean, it's been an interesting comeback story for some of these software stocks with no real, I guess, tangible catalyst that's been obvious, Nate.
Yeah, you're right. So number one, technicals, let's talk about that. On the IGV, what's so classic about this is that you get this support level around 77-ish, we'll call it, where this particular ETF, this software ETF, has bounced multiple times over the past 5 years. Then you get a breach, you get a breakdown, and we make new lows, which technically is bearish, but what happens? It's the same as getting a false breakout to the upside where you get kind of a head fake and then it comes back down. This appears to be a false breakdown or a bear trap, a little bit of a bear trap, if you will, where there's been a lot of shorts that have been leaning into the software space and saying, hey, since we're not going to have an answer about whether AI is going to disrupt software or not for several months or quarters, we can lean into this play. We get Adobe down to a 10 PE. We get Salesforce down to a 14 PE. And then you get a false breakout where it looks like technically...
Oh, yeah, I never checked any for you.
And boom, it punches to the upside now.
It's probably bullish with the rest of the companies.
To your point, how sustainable this is, but it looks to me
That the traffic is horrible.
which we could get some
It's up here.
probably some fairly high short.
I think it's gonna break. It's up 4% today.
But Sam, the other thing is when you're getting
I think it's gonna slowly break out because it's at this point where it wants to bounce.
response is for investors to scour and look for
Or its eyes curling upward, looking bullish.
relative low valuation. Look no further than
But it's right here at the top of this resistance.
we're seeing money flow there.
Such an interesting
And
point you
the
made.
trend is
Yeah,
bullish.
I mean, speaking of a 10-day rally, I mean, look at Nvidia, for instance.
The target is over this resistance on this 15 at 2612.
March 30 low as well. I mean, that's obviously been...
That's where they target is on the 15.
Wondering what the VIX is telling you right now, Nate.
I think it's going to break out today.
But like the VIX is telling you that we basically, the war is all but done.
On the 15, there's a target. But honestly, when they just put this target here, right when I just start looking at it.
And it's not going to really derail a lot of these, the strong fundamentals that are in place that are pushing this economy forward, this AI, secular growth story, etc. So yeah,
Let me see. So they just put a target on NME right here. The take profit is 26.14. The stop is 23.88. Oh!
We all know this. We don't know if we're
I'm
going
scared. You scared?
a resolution, peace talks, de-escalation, opening of the strait. We still have all those question marks. But the VIX is saying, oh yeah, this is like basically, the tariff tantrum that we had last April, and everything's recovered. You look at the VIX term structure, it's only going out to 21, 22-ish when you go out 4 to 6 months or so. Not signaling much harm there. So anything can change. We'll have to continue to monitor what happens with
I like it on the pullback though.
should they occur here in the coming days. And then Sam, of course, we got to watch the data. We need to get into
long as it stay in the
today
50.
and then begin to look at how some of this potential inflation shock translates into the economic reports.
Yeah, as Yardeni wrote this morning, stock market as far as it's concerned, the war is over until further notice. So obviously we will continue to watch the headlines coming through. Matt Houston, Director of Derivatives Analysis, Schwab Financial Research, thank you always for your time. Coming up, it's time for the morning trade. We'll take a closer look at the Bank of America, which reported earnings this morning. Morning trade live. We'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education.
They ain't getting no volume though. Boy, what they volume at?
Webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with
Yeah,
content
no
curated to
volume
fit
right
your
there.
unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time.
From the most iconic trading floor in the world, this is Opening Bell with Nicole Petalini. Live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the countdown, the setups, the stories that make markets move. Minute-by-minute breakdown of the biggest headlines, earnings, global movers, just the trades that matter. As the bell hits and the markets react in real time, Opening Bell, live at the NYSE.
Bro, D-Wave is gone, bro.
We're back. Morning trade live. Let's focus on the Bank of America. Looking at this chart, down slightly for the year. They're up close to 10% this month. It's a big week for bank earnings reports, and Bank of America was the latest to disclose their latest numbers this morning. So that is the focus of the morning trade. Joining us now for a closer look to dig into these earnings numbers is Marley Caden. What did we find out, Marley?
Good morning, Sam. Yeah, a good quarter for Bank of America, seeing a nice response in the markets as well. You know, their first quarter profits and revenue both rose more than expected, topped expectations, boosted by strength in sales and, of course, their trading revenues, like we saw with the other banks as well. For their EPS, earnings were up 17% year over year, came in at $1.11 per share. That was about 10 cents better than the estimates. Also marked the highest EPS for B of A in about 2 decades. For revenue, it was up more than 7% to $30.43 billion. That was better than expectations as well, boosted by higher trading revenue, fees from investment banking and asset management, and rising net interest income. Their equities business saw revenues soar 30% to $2.83 billion. That bested expectations and also helped their
Come on,
trading
QS. I need
operations
you to
have
reach
the
7%
best quarter
today.
in 15 years. Much of that thanks to the recent volatility we've seen because of geopolitical tensions. Also, an easier regulatory environment boosted merger and acquisition activity, helped drive 21% increase in investment banking fees. Now, the second largest lender, that's B of A, saw their net interest income, which is the profitability metric for loan making, increased by 9% to $15.9 billion. That was also better than expectations there due to higher loan and deposit balances, fixed rate asset repricing, and of course market activity.
Here
Now,
they
they
say
previously
REPL.
had projected that their net interest income growth would be between 5 and 7% this year. They raised that guidance. They're now projecting it
How you doing today,
to
Cable?
8% due to the outperformance that they saw in the first quarter, Sam. Now, also in a sign that the bank's borrowers are not deteriorating, the firm posted $1.3 billion provision for credit losses in the quarter. That was lower than the expectations for what the year earlier period and about $190 million below the estimates. So overall, good for the borrowers there. The CEO, Brian Moynihan, came out and said, we remain watchful of evolving risks. However, we saw healthy client activity, including solid consumer spending and
Top
downside risk is
US.
looking at $2.33 could turn into $5, of course. By the end of May, that would be fantastic, but it's already worth at about a $1.90, $1.80 right here for where it is right now with the stock.
I see it.
Okay, trading higher by 2% right now, 54 bucks and change. Joe, thoughts on the overall market today as of course we are within arm's length of this all-time high. A bit mixed, so some cautious optimism it seems, but nothing short of a pretty remarkable comeback here since the pre-Iran war.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable comeback, and it's happening pretty broadly. Yesterday we saw the software stocks getting a really big bounce back. So it's being broadly bought here. Some of the biggest losers are being bought back here. Definitely a great sign for the markets. A new all-time high would be a fantastic sign. It would just be signal technically like we're ready to go here for the rest of the year. So I think the market's optimistic that things will be looking good for the rest of the year. Again, though, volatility, it can come back in a heartbeat. We know that. So I'm very glad that the market gets here at these close to these all-time highs, but I'm ready for it to return to a low.
Great stuff, Joe. Always appreciate it. Thanks so much for joining us today. Joe Tigay, portfolio manager of the Rational Equity Arm of Fund. Coming up, we will take a closer look at the international headlines impacting global markets. Morning Trade Line will be right back.
Yo, I was backtesting my.
Check my Airbnb.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's staging early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that shape investor decisions, all with expert
Future
analysis
stock.
and actionable context. From inflation data to sector rotation, earnings to policy, it's a comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360
Let's see what it does when it's in May.
straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Line.
It's going
I'm Sam
down
Riley,
too.
coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. It's time now to take a look at international stories impacting markets right now. So we're joined by AJ Kaling, who's the Director of International Trading. Charles
right here at the top.
trading at attractive levels, you say, relative to historical cycles that we've
Oh,
seen.
okay, he's right here at the
You
top
said that
too.
you've got a high conviction buy on this name. I'm wondering just as far as what else you said here,
But
which I
Getty
found
was
really
just
fascinating.
falling
A
like
surge in
crazy the
AI
other day.
demand is currently decoupling TSMC performance from traditional cycles of
Oh.
smartphones and consumer electronics. What do you mean by that?
Well, we know that semiconductors historically have been very cyclical, and there's still some of that cyclicality, but the AI story
market looking
say
bearish.
we're
Let
good
me
for
see.
a while on any change in the rates. You know, do we have to be higher for longer for the Fed for a bit to see how much inflation is actually going to tick upwards? What do you project for the year?
Every part of that, when I hear anyone from the Fed speak, it sounds to me that they're very, very gently saying, yeah, our hands are tied and we're turning into a corner. Here's my base case. I believe in the oil market. I believe the oil market is telling me that things are happening. If oil settles below 92 and then heads lower,
line.
And then I'm selling a 35 call against it. So it gives us a full $10 of protection. So
I'm
one
trying to see if
contract
this
on that
will
could be
go.
worth as much
Oh
as
snap! There it went.
$1,000. This one's done though for a 60-cent debit. The reason I bring up the debit there of 60 cents is it's kind of a nominal fee to pay to reduce risk between
Right
now
here,
and
another
May
port.
19th. And literally every 60 cents you pay gets you basically what? $9.40 of downside protection. Should the marketplace, all of a sudden volatility take off back to the upside, the marketplace sells off, you've got yourself a degree of protection. Again, this to me is much more about hedging some of that tail risk at a relatively reduced price.
All right, so Rick, if you're looking at the VIX, I know Don flagged there that you might not be in agreement with him as you look at the technicals. So point out what you agree with and what you don't agree with from a technical perspective.
First of all,
Today is the day.
you want to have your umbrella.
Tell him, Ja.
Storming, it's kind of too late once it happens here. But just kind of a
Today
general
is the
comment. Technical
day.
analysis on the VIX is kind of a gray area here. What you're looking at with the VIX is not the price of a tradable product. It's the
Today
reflection of
is the
premiums
day.
in the options here. So some of our conventional methods maybe don't make quite as much sense to apply here, but we can still look for notable price extremes.
Today is the day, he said.
Here, 22.17. Another notable low here near 24.34. That's around where the 25 mark would come in, where we would need to push above for the trades to start to pan out here. But now the thing I noticed too is we're starting to get to these more low extremes here: 17.50, 16.75, 15.30 here. A reading of 15, 16 on the VIX is usually fairly low here. So it's kind of a notable idea to think about when volatility does get low. It can be a time to establish some bullish position, bullish from the perspective of it going up here, while it's relatively cheap here. So again, you're not really going to use our moving averages or RSI on this particular product. I'm going to cheat a little bit here too and look at VIX futures here, because this does have volume here. So we can look at where we do have notable volume on these VIX futures. Notice as well too, this gas to the upside is based on a contract change event. It's not a huge spike in volatility, but we can see that most recently we did hit our point of control on these futures near about 1860 here. So I thought that was kind of interesting here. We're kind of pushing into the lighter volume area, the less heavily traded area, and things do start to pick up pretty notably again around that same area Don and I were discussing earlier, kind of that 24, 25 area where we see a bit of a spike in activity here.
False breakout at the top.
You could see very fast-moving prices. The times when volatility is spiking is the time when things are most uncertain, and you can get those kind of runaway moves to the upside.
All right, right now the VIX is holding at 18, but I mean just a week ago we were right at those levels you're talking about, that 25-ish level there. Now, Don, your last one, we're going back to another retailer here, a more beleaguered one, Home Depot. Take us through this one.
Yeah, Home Depot in a very solid downtrend. Just recently got a little bit
need another $50, and I'll bust all-time highs on my account.
We also can see that there was a
Woo! The average top that air is colder.
350 or so. So if we do start to move lower, look for a breakdown below our short-term trend line that's been established so far during our past couple weeks of trading here. So our moving average picture shows that we are starting to trail off a little bit here. Our 5-day blue EMA here is starting to flatten out a little bit. It has been supportive for now still, but we have our 5-day and 21-day lining up very closely with that trend line near about 337, 338 or so. So this gives us a notable confluence point to watch out for a potential breakdown area here. So when our moving averages start to change their slope, when they start to become more sideways, when they start to especially shift from an upward trajectory to a downward trajectory, those are signs of potential trend change to be on the lookout for. RSI also giving us more of a bearish signal in this case here. We did have a little bit of bullish divergence here in that price was making lower closes, but RSI was trending upward here. But now we're starting to drift back below that 50 midline once more, which is more of a bearish take on the situation. So volume profile, not super helpful as it can be when there's very clear nodes here. What we have rather is a very large concentration of trading that takes place between 346 to about 382. There are some notable areas around like 355, 360 or so, but we're in more of a lower activity area here. So look for that 350 area roughly to be more of a potential resistance point to keep track of.
And even with that descent that we saw on the earnings, as I'm just taking a look at some of the performance year to date, we are only off a flat line about 2% for Home Depot, so not a catastrophic.
They bounced.
John, I want to thank you for being with us for Big Three today, for bringing those to us, names we haven't talked about in a while. Don Coffin, co-founder of Theo Trade, and of course Ricky Catler, lead market technician, for breaking down the technicals for us. Coming up next, we are going to spotlight the supply chain, how businesses should be adjusting their strategies amid the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and how it may affect consumers. Stay with us.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better.
Come on, IWM, push your butt up there.
Level up and invest smarter.
Because the Q's going without everybody again. The Q's, boy, is...
Next check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis, Morning Movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Netflix is getting a rejection right here at this late.
It's absolutely world-class. We have coaches who have been in the industry, around the industry for a long time. To get their performance because people learn differently at different times. So we have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
We've got events that are making their way around the country.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
How incredible is that? And it's free.
birds.
for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you.
Oh god.
Stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like
Looking good
moving
right
averages,
now.
price patterns, moving
Bird.
averages,
And they got a
oscillators,
lot
and
of
much
volume.
more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coach and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Hayden here
That's a
they
duration
cannot do it.
with a break-even point of $99.05. Once again, neutral to bullish. If the stock stays above the $100 level, this would be profitable and max profit. But if it goes below, then you may need to manage your position and just leveraging the technicals as once again, a key support level that maybe some buyers try to step in here. So some risk to this trade. So you're trying to take in premium, trying to leverage the high implied volatility in order to receive that credit and hopefully see this stock stay above that 100 level at the time of expiration.
Yeah, we do have earnings in that period as well. Earnings on May 28th for Zscaler, but right now well above that 100 mark. We're at 128.82 with a 5% move to the upside. Kevin, we appreciate you joining us for the Disruptor today. That's Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent. Coming up next, we've got our 360 round. We'll be taking a closer look at ASML's earnings from this morning. Stay with us.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
I'm Alex Hobby.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
And that could certainly be a short to near term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network. Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time now for our 360 round to discuss ASML. The chip manufacturer blew away expectations on the top and bottom line, driven by rapid expansion in the AI space and high demand for semiconductors. ASML also anticipates continued growth, upgrading its full year 2026 net sales expectations to between $42.4 and $47.2 billion. Second quarter guidance projects sales between $9.9 billion and $10.6 billion. Here to take a deeper dive into those numbers, Steven Stopko, the semiconductor and deep tech industry analyst at Hyperframe Research, and Brendan Burke, research director, semiconductors and supply chain emerging tech at Futurum. Great to have you both with us. Steven, let's start with you. We had some really impressive numbers. They raised their guidance, but we're still seeing the stock slip this morning. So what's the disconnect here?
Well, I think one of the things we need to realize is a lot of the machines that these companies sell they're going to be delivered in 15, 18 months longer. So I think one of the things that people tend to do is they look at this company through a short-term lens, but we have to realize that they build the machines that are going to build the next generation semiconductors. So that's a much longer term, and historically we've all watched these earnings for some indicators about where the market as a whole is going. And that's something they told us in 2025 they were discontinuing. And so this is sort of the first
The market
quarter
is just
they
hanging
have
right here at
shown
the
us
top.
where
What are
their
you doing?
bookings are coming from. Because remember, if we're looking at bookings through a quarterly
Gonna break
lens,
up, gonna break
and
down.
they're not going to recognize that revenue 15, 18 months from now.
They're just hanging around.
Create
A
sort
little,
of
they might pull back a
shorter
little bit. They
reality
was just hanging around right here at the top
the market.
forever.
So I think that's one of the reasons why I'm seeing the company make that change, and I think all in all it's been a good thing.
And Brendan, what are some of your takeaways from the numbers we got this morning? And also what Stephen was just mentioning there, that they're not going to report those order intake numbers anymore. How meaningful is that for investors?
I think the company is well positioned for a wafer fabrication equipment super cycle that will extend into 2027. And the sell-off today could be due to slightly lower expectations
they said they generated almost $1 billion more in revenue than they expected on the trading side of it, so that's going well. Profits jumped 29% to $5.57 billion. That's going really well. Equities trading up 25%. Fixed income revenue rose 29%. Remember, the fixed income portion of Goldman Sachs results was a little bit weaker than anticipated, but Morgan Stanley's rose 29% to $3.36 billion. I think we talked about this, last week when we were kind of previewing these. And the Bank of America comments, I think, hit home pretty well where, hey, the consumers starting to get stressed out about inflation, but at the same time, they're still spending and propping up this economy at this point. If you take a look at some of the financials, it's a good environment, right? Remember the first couple of months of this quarter is when the stock market was at all-time highs. We had that wealth effect taking place. Job market's still robust at this point. So a lot of things going right for the economy. And then you throw in maybe that last 3 to 4 weeks of the quarter where, hey, this geopolitical tension really didn't dent what's going on in the economy. And I think that's a key takeaway for these. Morgan Stanley, hitting a record high today. Bank of America up, even though maybe their results weren't as good. Wells Fargo
wanted to be there when I sat here, but I'm really thankful for the three. But they said they can help me, they can do it and all that. Or they can fight for the three. Got to do it, so it's all about it. They weren't gonna help them, they weren't gonna hang out with them, they weren't gonna be with them, they weren't gonna, all that, did it by myself, so, you know what I mean? Nigga did that shit by his own self. Oh, why nigga wanna hate me now?
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all,
is about $14, $14.50. That takes you right up towards $390, $391. So what I did here, I gave myself a little, it's similar to a butterfly, but it's also similar to a calendar spread, which is I bought the 1 week, April 24th, April 17th, 390 calendar spread, right? But then I took another one of those 390s and sold the 390, 395 call vertical. So I chipped away at my net debit on the 1 week call calendar, which can be quite expensive, and I gave myself a little extra theta, a little lower debit, and a chance to be profitable if nothing happens. If it sits right here, this trade is profitable. So I combined the call calendar with the short vertical where the combined strike is that 390 strike, Tom. Kind of an interesting, subtle way to be bullish.
Yeah, let's break this one down. Because in the near term, April 17th, monthly options that expire in just 2 days, that's where you're selling the call vertical. You're selling one of the 390 calls, buying one of the 395 calls. And then you combine that helps pay for part of the call calendar, where you're buying the April 24th weekly options, the 390 calls, selling another one of the April 17th 390 calls. So you've got 2 short options on the April 17th 390 calls, long one of the April 17th 395 calls, and then long one of the April 24th weekly 390 calls. So there's your setup on this complex 3-legged spread with short 2 options in the near term that expire in 2 days on the 390 call. You're paying roughly about $1.80 debit. So where's my risk come in on this? You can see this risk profile. The apex of profitability is where you sold 2 options, right? Right at or near that 390 strike call. But you've got a short $5 wide call vertical up above, right? The 390, 395. So anything above about 399 is where you start losing money on this type of position, because you've got that $500 in risk on the short call vertical plus the debit that you're paying for this. So about $680 in potential buying power risk on this trade. Now on the downside, you still got a little bit of risk, but it comes in probably around that 370 level, because you're still going to have some value on that calendar portion of this trade on the 390 strike. You've still got a range in that also, but what you're looking for on this type of trade is a grinding up about $13 from the current share price up at or near that 390 strike. But as Kevin mentioned, if the stock stays right about here, maybe grinds up to 380, you're still going to be profitable on this trade. What you don't want to happen is you don't want the stock to fall out of bed and go below 360, or you don't want the stock to go above maybe the 399 level, 400 level to the upside, because that's where you're going to realize the most losses on this. But keep in mind, this trade that Kevin brought, it's complex, but it's risk defined also, so you know exactly what your downside is in it. Kevin, I went a little bit not simpler, but a little bit more basic than yours. It's not a complex trade, but I'm taking advantage of the implied volatility levels between different option series. So on my bearish example trade, I just looked at a 1 week wide calendar to the downside, about that 1 standard deviation. Stock has pulled back a little bit, but the option market's only pricing in about a $4.5 move either. So we're not to the April 24th.
I'm glad you were quiet.
Weekly options that expire in 9
I'm
days.
glad you
Bought
were
the
quiet.
365 strike put out of the money to the downside. Sold that same 365 put in the near term April 17th monthly options, creating a 1 week wide bearish put calendar. You're paying roughly about a 270 debit for it. The debit you pay is going to be your risk on this trade, so you know exactly what your downside is going into this position. You do have some assignment risk on your short option though over the next couple days. But that 270 debit on this one, Kevin, that's your risk on this, but you've still got a range. You're looking for 365, about that 1 standard deviation move to the downside. But at the same time, you've still got a range on this one, probably between about 355, 358 on the downside, maybe 375, 380 on the upside, Kevin, to be potentially profitable on this. And it costs a little bit less because you're buying a lower implied volatility than what you're selling, right, Kev?
those calendars are going to cost a little more money than normal. But, like I said, now you see why that short call vertical chips away at the net debit on the call side. Your put vertical, you don't have the risk, the directional risk that we do on the upside, on the downside, but you're defined by the debit paid on your spread.
Yeah, and I think you meant puts on that because the 365 put in the near-term near-term series that I'm selling in this example, there's still $3.15 of option premium on it, and it's $13 out of the money to the downside on this one. So yeah, there's still a lot of option premium in those near-term options that will decay away, and implied volatility levels will come in post-earnings. But there you go, Diane. There's the setup. Mine's a little more basic than Kevin's. Mine's bearish. Kevin's a little bit more on the bullish side, but his is also neutral.
Well, that's all right, especially for because I know that we have different types of viewers that watch our shows. Those who may be more newer to trying these example strategies out, the paper trades, if you will. And then I like what you said, a subtle bull there, Kevin. All right, guys, we've got cash tags coming up. The team from Lycol will be along with new data on PepsiCo. It's got earnings coming up. Will that stock continue to fizz up? We'll see. Stay right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market. We'll be back after this break.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Dee. And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Sam Barnes, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it, getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-cloud.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no spin. Just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White in our Chicago studio. Time now for our cash tag segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that's Landon Swan, co-founder of Lightfolio, taking a look at PepsiCo today. All right, Landon, good to see you today. That stock's been fizzing up so far this year. It's got tests in front of it with earnings due tomorrow. Why don't you walk us through your latest data and what sentiment looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. I like the fizzing up call there. And when you look at Pepsi, I mean, this is make sure investors don't get confused. This is not the just pure rival of Coke. They're about 60% snacks, 40% drinks when it comes to revenue, and so it's a completely different animal. And when we look at overall what Pepsi's looking at, you can argue that we talk about that K-shaped economy a lot. You can argue that they're a little bit on the wrong side of that, where price and affordability come into play for consumers significantly. We see that a lot in the data, a lot in the consumer mention, people talking about it. But they're taking action. I mean, they're reducing prices. They're increasing the availability of value packs, which is actually helping quite a bit on the affordability side, especially on the snacks. Now, when we compare to some of the drink categories, they're not doing great. I mean, they're up on a year-over-year basis, which is good because they were at a big slide for quite a while. So they have sort
IG,
We'll show a chart later
IWM
that shows that they were in a
work
pretty
out,
sharp
so
decline
they
for a
might
while
be over
until
like that.
spring or summer of 25, where they kind of
I
turned
mean, they
things around,
go back.
and the stock has followed. So
They work
this is
out.
it's actually
Frost
good that they're plus here,
breakout right
because
now,
if you'd asked
but
me
they up
not too
top.
long ago, they would have been negative and heading the wrong direction. So they've turned this around. But what's interesting is some of the trends that we're seeing. So
they're probably gonna come down a
we
little bit
kind of
on the
break
market and
apart
bounce.
the trends into two parts.
They're gonna try to finish high.
The K-shape, sort of
They
the
try to
higher
burst
income
700.
versus the lower income. On the lower
Where we
income,
go
we're
after
talking
that, I
about
don't know.
affordability and things like that, value, convenience. That's very important, and those are the trends that we're seeing associated with Pepsi products. On the higher end, when people are talking about Pepsi products, they're talking about natural colors, and they're talking, or they're not talking about GLP-1. So we've actually this is one thing that we've been watching, and it hasn't really played out. We expected the Ozempic craze, the GLP-1s to really eat into Pepsi's profits, especially on the snack side, but we just haven't seen it significantly, especially not on social media. People aren't talking about that as we thought they would, and so for the higher income people that are more likely to be doing that, those kind of drugs, the GLP-1s, it's more about the natural colors, the natural ingredients, and Pepsi's taking moves to address that issue. So overall, we're seeing that Pepsi is not doing great on the drink side, hanging in there on the snack side, and making some moves to turn around. But I think the big story for us is that they were in a sharp decline for quite a while, and they've started to turn it around. So this could be a bit of a sigh of relief for investors as they have dealt with a fairly sideways stock. And you can kind of see here the data. The blue line is our data. That big spike in the middle was more a marketing effort, the Pepsi Challenge. We saw a big increase in website visits with regard to that. And that may have been the thing that catalyst.
They got what there now? Yeah, I know it.
You can kind of see after that point. I mean, if you can imagine a line that takes that out. It was in a downward trend, and that sort of snapped, and then we're moving back to the upside. So this sideways move in the stock may be over. We're not extremely bullish on Pepsi, but we do like the fact that the downtrend has been snapped, and they've got some things working in the right direction right now.
Last earnings, Landon, the stock popped pretty significantly because they beat on comparable sales, and they raised some guidance on this. They're expecting 5.8% growth this quarter alone, so they're starting to grow again. Caveat, though, I was in the store the other day. I saw Doritos protein. What the heck is that? I get it. They're trying to pivot away probably into the GLP-1 where everybody's eating more protein and all that other stuff. But Landon, the question that I have, and you mentioned this, the fact that they're starting to lower prices. Worst time in history to lower prices because the cost of moving everything, currency costs, are headwinds right now. Is that going to be a concern for this company this quarter, just due to the fact that, hey, they lowered prices anywhere from 5 to 15%, I believe, on a lot of their chips products, but those are all the costs that are going higher now. Is that going to be a concern for you guys going into this report?
Well, I think they're kind of stuck, between two bad decisions. One is, the worst time to lower prices like you're talking about, and then the other one is people not buying as much because it's not affordable. And that's the problem that we always talk about. I mean, if you're selling to consumers where price is a major factor, you're going to have hard times right now because all the costs are going up. And it's not just your cost, it's the consumer's cost. And so they, when they're going to the store, they're thinking less about, do we want to get all these chips, or maybe we can just get one bag, or let's get the value pack, or whatever. Let's spend less effectively. And so I think that is one of their problems. And one of the ways that they're combating that is by going for the more affluent customers, by doing things like, having protein chips, having natural colors, trying to make their ingredients more healthy, to appeal to the people that maybe care a little bit more about that. So I think that's the tough decision that they sort of found themselves facing. And I guess if your choice is lower prices and sell, or keep the prices the same and don't sell, I guess you have to lower prices. But it's they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they have to do one or the other. Again, they're selling to the wrong side of that K-shape right now.
Landon, let me ask you this. The stock has had some momentum. Tom mentioned
This is basically a stop the bleeding on the data side of things. I mean, I know the stock has kind of been sideways. It's not down terribly. I wish it were a little bit further down. But you know, we've got a Main Street score of 49, a Wall Street score of 20, which tells us that you know the consumers are kind of so-so on it. But Wall Street is a little bit more negative on it, just based on some of the trading that we've seen relative, especially relative to the market. Although caveat, this is obviously a defensive stock. Anyway, long story short, we've got a plus 23 on them for this earnings score, which is, if you guys know our scoring, that is barely bullish. Just on the side of bullish where we're confident enough to place a small trade. Not going in heavy on this one, but we do see that the downturn, especially in drinks, is starting to curve up to the upside, so the bleeding has stopped. We are a little bit concerned with the snack side of things, just for all the reasons that we mentioned. But we also see that the strategic initiatives that they're taking
they slowly
are moving
going
in the
up.
right direction. Maybe
This
trying
is a
to not
consolidate,
just
a
sell
big
to
consolidation
people that are
right here.
price
This is a
conscious,
big
but people that are more quality conscious, and so they're going to be able to get more money out of customers.
It was turning up though for a
Plus
while.
23, slightly bullish on this trade.
All right, thank you, Landon. That is Landon Swan, co-founder of Lifefolio, with the latest look at PepsiCo ahead of its earnings. Now, for the trading perspective on all things Pepsi, let's bring Kevin back into the fold. Tom, got a lot of insights. Your thoughts before you guys get to the example trade?
Yeah, I think you take a look at the pullback that we've seen. Now, last earnings were great, right? That's when the stock popped. It was above 170 bucks a share at the start of the year. Then the macro events started taking place that hit the stock. So we're basically back to about 154 in the stock. So it's kind of given up a lot of those gains, you know, over $15 from the highs from last earnings. So seeing a little bit of weakness there. I think you're going to have to take a look at the beverage side of their business, their margins, currency headwinds potentially, and those are the things that you're going to have to focus on, because they might start talking about the amount of money that they're spending additionally. When you see crude oil, you know, they've got to get their stuff to market, right? So crude oil going up is going to cost them a lot of money. So we'll have to focus on those moving forward. But Kevin, the option market's only pricing in about a 4.2% move either way in the stock, or just over $6.50 in either direction. How do you want to look at this one from an example trade?
I'm going to take advantage of the 72.5 implied volatility in the April 17th expiration, and only a 39.4 implied volatility in the April 24th expiration. So taking advantage of that, doing the 1 week 160 call calendar, it's only trading a quarter of a dollar, Tom. So you can really put this on for an inexpensive price. Now the stock has rallied a little bit, so it might be trading a little higher, but it was trading at 25 cents a short time. Make sure it's not all over the board, but certainly this is a name, Tom. You're taking advantage of the big difference between implied volatilities here to make this calendar spread more affordable, Tom.
You make a good point there on the vol dispersion. What you're buying on that 160 call in the April 24th is a lot lower, below 40% implied volatility on aggregate, and selling a higher implied volatility in the near term. April 17th, 160 calls. That's about 72% on aggregate implied volatility levels there. So that lowers the entry point price. Buying the 1 week wide call calendar on the 160 strike, paying, we got a 25-cent debit on there. It's probably trading closer to 35-40 cents at this point, but that's going to be your risk with the debit you pay on it. So if you pay 25 cents, $25 per spread on this trade. Now you look at this risk profile and you're like, okay, I need to be at or near the 160 strike to be profitable, but you've probably got a range between maybe 152 on the downside, 167, 168 on the upside to be potentially profitable on this trade. So while you're aiming for that one standard deviation move to the upside here at or near 160, you still got a decent range. It kind of sets up with Landon's Lifefolio data, where anything above the 20 level, they're a little bit more bullish.
Hello, may I speak to Sheldron?
Master's calling.
It's Jennifer from BCBS Family Support.
Oh, to spell that, brother?
Yeah, I'm calling from staff and Medicaid.
Yeah.
Okay, are you Sheldron? Okay, good. I didn't know if I had the wrong number or what. Okay, so we're calling out. You turned your SNAP no pay for us in.
live alone, and what was it?
And your rent, how much you pay of the rent? I know you get help with HUD, but how much your part of the rent is, or it's income based or whatever. So just how much you pay out of pocket for rent from your landlord.
Okay.
Okay, that's all we got to get in, and get in as quick as you can. Don't wait till the last day. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, honey. Have a blessed day. Bye bye.
this is overblown. We've seen a little bit of a resurgence in software, maybe over the last couple of weeks, not so much in CRM, but if you think it's going to move a little bit higher, this strategy takes advantage of it. They report earnings on the 27th of May, so I want to avoid that earnings event while still giving myself upside exposure with this example trade. I went out to the May 15th monthly options here, Kev. Bought the 175 call one time here. It's basically $2.5 in the money. Sold 2 of the 195 strike calls, and then bought 1 of the 200 strike calls. So an unbalanced call butterfly, paying roughly about a 630 debit on this. Might be trading a little bit higher because the stock's moved higher. But the debit you pay is going to be your risk. If you pay $630 per spread, it takes your break even up to 180, 130 to the upside. On a percentage basis, not a big move needed here. But Kevin, that in that May 15th monthly option series that expires in 30 days, where this trade sits, about $18.5 move expected, kind of aligns with where you want this stock to go to the upside.
Yeah, you're giving yourself 30 days in duration, a $20 wide call vertical, financed or reduced in price by a short $5 call vertical. Trading 630, it's, you have a chance for it to go to $20, so that's more than a triple on this trade if you get it right. Obviously, if it goes through there, you're still, your profitability is diminished, but it still stays profitable on the upside, Tom.
Yeah, more than a double in a profitability, even if the stock does spike over the 200 level. But using what the option market pricing in for that May 15th monthly option series can help set up directionally. Maybe you have to have your own assumption, but it can set up maybe where you put that short strike, because you're short 2 options on the 195 strike. That's where you want the stock to go. That's about that 1 standard deviation move over the next 30 days that the option market's pricing in. But keep in mind, that's a dynamic number. It changes with implied volatility levels in the stock also, so keep that in mind. But an unbalanced call butterfly, take advantage of some upside exposure on here. You lessen the price by doing the butterfly as opposed to maybe just buying the 175, 195 call vertical also on this one. So Diane, looking for some upside, but avoiding that earnings event in this example trade.
All right, that's an example trade there for Salesforce. It is catching a bid today, along with the gains that we're seeing in the software space. You got tech at the top of the leaderboard, consumer discretionary and tech for the S&P 500. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White, Kev King. Download the Schwab Network app. It is available in the App Store, and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stay with us. You've got Next in Investing coming up.
Good afternoon, happy Wednesday, and welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Alex Coffey. Let's take a quick look at where the market sits, as we were for a little bit there at least, and maybe still on all-time high watch for the S&P 500 on an intraday basis, which is just over 7,000. I think it's 7,002, maybe some change. Got really, really close. Did not quite eclipse it, but right now sitting up 21 points, which is about 30 basis points for the S&P 500. That is 69.89 and some change. Now, I should preface, if we were to close here, this is a new all-time, this would be a new all-time closing high. So that day that we did peak above 7,000, we were unable to hold on to that. But watching that intraday, you can see the Dow and the Russell stumbling here a bit, down 30 and 40 basis points there. The NASDAQ 100 continues to lead, up about 0.5%. Intraday, though, is kind of mixed. You see breakdowns of the up and down stocks. It's only 45.55 up in the S&P 500. Flip that around for the NASDAQ 100. It's about 55.45 for the NDX. So something to watch there as we take a look at the heat map. Software stocks making a nice comeback there. You can see that bright green area down in the bottom left of our screen. But as we move on into what we're going to cover for the show, we'll go through some of our movers just in a brief moment here. We'll be joined by Sam to go through that. But chart and trade, Rick Newcastle stopped by. We're looking at Broadcom and Meta on the heels of that expanded partnership that was announced. Bank of America will be the FOMO post earnings. And then under 30, what a story. Allbirds completely flipping things over after offloading the footwear business. Looking forward to that discussion later on with Jeff Pierce, as they're now potentially an AI neo cloud player. So something to look forward to later on. With that, though, we'll welcome in Sam Vadas, the first guest of our program here, who's joining me live from the New York Stock Exchange. Sam, of course, the host across our programming. Sam, good afternoon to you. Happy
out yet.
Super interesting space. Meta, of course, the holy grail that sort of figured it all out. Sam, any final thoughts before we say goodbye? As we're kind of on the precipice potentially here of a new all-time high.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that big board, Alex. I mean, 7,002.28 is the number we are watching. I mean, you know, you just look at the headlines today, and a lot of them have been, what war? I mean, Ed Yardeni out with a note today saying that as far as the stock market is concerned, the war is over until further notice. Look, I know
That's so cool that
Morning
they're
movers
staking
bring
us out.
traders the biggest headlines to start the day. From volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, morning movers only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing on this new all-time high, intraday high for the S&P 500 day. We welcome in our next guest, that's Ara Karazian, economist at RAM, to discuss what's been a big
companies that are in the AI infrastructure industry. 50 billion is a very small amount of capital. Major AI players are spending hundreds of millions to billions of dollars. So there really is no question of whether or not they could be competitive, even if this transition is executed, extremely well.
Good stuff. Hey, Jeff, I have to ask you as well. All-time highs, S&P 500, really exciting. But you read the headlines, you read about the fear
It still seems to like the fact that would come into favor. But Wall Street still seems to like this idea, the fact that they are leaning into autonomous vehicles. We talk about the robo-taxis. It's become a significant idea within mobility right now. And so when you think about Uber's biggest cost that they do deal with is the payout to drivers. So this would pull the driver out of the equation and lead into autonomous vehicles becoming commercially viable and Uber figuring out its positioning there, Nicole. Yeah, and you said that money that has
Mm.
enjoy that, get to see Atea, Aurora, and Victoria once more, and hear all the information. So no worries on that. A hot question that I'm going to start off with actually right before the Q&A is a rapid fire insight. Okay, so before we open it up, I want to ask one thing for each of you guys. I'm going to ask you something very specific. Atea, I'm going to go to you first. I'm going to let you speak a little bit more, and then we'll pass it on to Victoria and Aurora afterwards. So if a small business owner leaves today and takes just one action to improve their next grant application, what should that first step be?
That first step should be link the capital to your growth objectives. Okay? Outline 2 to 3 growth objectives that you have and link capital to that. Like I said, specific, measurable, put the numbers in there and link the capital to that. That's what I've got.
Amazing. We love sweet and short answers. Perfect. All right, ping pong to Victoria. You're next.
Yes, I would say start tracking your data.
Oh man.
Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with the invitation code.
AB.
Interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand.
Oh, what you doing, bro?
sheldronfrost.com/coaching and start learning today.
You're asleep again? Mm. That's what I'm doing, but my money's making money at the same time, bro. I don't think you're doing the same thing as me, bro. I made a few hundred, bro. What's that mean? What's a gatekeeper? Oh, you trying to say I'm gaped? Is that what you said? Yeah, what the hell are you talking about? I'll slap the shit out of Honcho and Oreo. Don't you know that? And Duck and shit. Bro, I'm investing in day trading. I go live every day from 9:30 to 4 o'clock. I'm on YouTube and Twitch. My name is TheFrostman21 and Sheldon Frost. Cause ain't nobody to talk to, ain't nobody asking no questions. I'll help you, bro. No, I don't even know what that means, bro. Everything I know, I'll be trying to learn with somebody else, and all that shit's on the internet and books, and people know, bro. It's like some people know and some people don't. I don't even know what that is. No. Yeah, I don't even know what that means. Bro, why would I even tell y'all about it if I was gatekeeping? Why would I tell JB and AB about it if I was gatekeeping? And Hacho too if I was not trying to tell anybody about it, bro. No, bro. Don't be trying to accuse me of something. Don't be gaslighting me up, bro. I done got them relationships with them girls who's trying to gaslight me up, bro. I finally found me a good girl, bro. A librarian. No, that's what my mama said. But for real, she need to not mess it up. You get me? She the one that need not to mess it up, cause I'm the one that's gonna be a millionaire. You get me? I'm the one who started this business, Sheldon Frost Media LLC. You get me? Yeah. I'm the one who started this business. You get me? Hey, bro, I'm trying to be. I'm losing some money somehow way, bro. All my little positions is trickling down, like. Oh man, bro, this signal that came off, bro, I didn't even see no green on this. Yeah, this is right here in the range. I mean, I guess it hit the target, but I wanted this to go higher, bro. I didn't take profits on this, on any of these. I want this to go higher than that. Yeah, but he's not really cheating, bro. Shit. And there's no way to cheat in chess, bro. Over the board chess. Whoa, whoa. Why? Why would you say that? Hey, bro, what is wrong with you, bro? Why would you say that, bro? And you don't even play chess, right? You don't be playing no chess, bro. I was just playing, not playing you, but I really will play you, bro. I don't care if you win, bro. But I don't think you'll win because I actually think I'll win because I've been playing more frequently than you. I don't think you've been playing at all. I think you just, yeah, I think you just be talking about playing. Ain't no strategies. It's just play the right way. Which it, yeah. Alright, yeah, you got it. Hey, bro, I was in the front seat, bro. They just punched me out the front seat, bro. For real, they was PUBG, bro. Talking to you and shit. What? Are you serious? This shit fun as hell. It's not where it's at. It can be anywhere it wants to be. And it's not where it's at. But I'm not gonna watch no documentary about, them anal beads and none of that stuff you're talking about. Cause first of all, it's not even real, bro. And number two, what you saying, bro? Hans Niemann don't cheat, bro. Hans Niemann don't cheat, bro. Duh. Right? Yeah, he don't cheat. Bro, I don't know why. Yeah, like, these people really weak for real. Like, bro, that's stupid as hell to even say, bro. Because they the top of the world. And it's just like, bro, how can you tell, bro? The first 5, 10 moves is already open and prep. So it's like, what one move did you see that was AI based and Mars Madness did some weird shit. Nah, he's cheating, bro. Nah, that right there, that right there is suspicious, bro. That and them beads, bro. I don't like what I'm hearing, bro. No, I don't mess with him like that no more, bro. I just, you know what I'm saying? I rock with Hakuru and Magnus now, bro. For real. No, he's not. Yeah. Are you serious, bro? Are you ever seen Magnus play, bro? I know everybody's scared of Magnus like Jordan, bro. That's one thing, and then when it comes to just actual play, he just be beating everybody. Except for the little mishaps of it, you know. Somebody get him every once in a while. AJ Hamada, what's his chest, bro? No, we playing. No, they just a lot of that stuff they just know, like man, this is just everywhere, bro. I'm already Grandmaster. Yeah, yeah, I beat a couple of them on my stream, bro. I posted it on TikTok. I beat a couple of them. What you mean, bro? You know, I beat a couple of them. Yeah, hey, look, I got proof. What the fuck? I'll see. I'm on my computer. I'll send you the link. There's one dude I beat. Yeah, that had the logo, but this dude didn't have the logo, but his damn his ranking, his elo was high up, high as hell, bro. Bro, they can play you, bro. You can play anybody on chess.com, bro. I swear to God, you can play anybody, bro. Like I'll be streaming, right, and they'll come and challenge me because I'm a streamer, bro. Or I'll be playing like bullet chess and I'll get matched up with one. So when I do, I'll play, yeah, I'll play my best against them to try to beat them. Which they should know all of the responses anyway. It's good practice for them. But I end up upsetting them sometimes. Just sign in through Facebook. We are playing a rank and PUBG. Okay, bro. Yeah, bro. Bro, what's happening, bro? Alright. Bro, how many Only flipped the whip, bro. I don't know why he was doing that either. Yeah, bro, I told him to quit driving like that. And he flipped the whip, bro. Somebody pick us up, bro. Yeah, y'all left us, bro. Here's your... I don't know why he did that, bro. I wasn't even driving for real. And they wanted to pick me up, though. That's the thing, bro. I'm on the polar bear. Anything can happen to me out here. Was that a whip over there? Oh, yeah, it is. The homie. I picked up all the homies that couldn't drive for over here. You over in the house. Yeah, you couldn't even drive for real. This is the game where I played and beat a grandmaster. I was in the game chat, bro. Why you yelling too, bro? I'm sheldronfrost, bro. I already knew that. It's sheldronfrost with a capital F. It is, I just noticed that. I need this. Come on, bro. Dang, bro. I got right good now. Oh, we're playing PUBG. Yeah, I got you. Got you, Alex. Oh, I'll be right here. We need to be in the circle. I love to be this game. Motherfuckers are made for no job. It ain't me. It's no team lead, bro. I'm trying to make fuck out that shit. No, I got no more sevens. Fuck. Hey, who got some more sevens? Fuck. I don't know how the fuck I'm out of sevens. Who got sevens, gang? Perfect. Oh my god. My god. Sheldronfrost. Throw a smoke. Oh no, I just hopped in the house security dude. Where they at, bro? Where? Alright. Alright, I just got two blizzards. Alright, bro, it's just me. It's literally just me. Oh! I'm only one polar bear, I told you that. Oh, I actually need a box of seeds. Another gun. I'm sorry, buddy. I am no sniper. Oh, I just wiped the whole squad and my team died. I never said that. Never said that. Bro, I gotta survive this. And then I'll be the coldest, bro. Trying to win the whole entire game. Bro, playing chess? Bro, I think I should stay in the house, man. Sheldronfrost. This one was our most pressing moment. bursted me. Wow. Not with the shoddy. I think that's a quick volume, like, look, and then it got right up here and rejected. So. I had me 3 bodies though. All right. I'll pick both of them up. I'll pick both of them up. You want to be on YouTube? I twit. Y'all quit going around people. Quit going around people. Oh, let me see. That's good. Oh shit, that's good, bro. But you like complaining, don't you, bro? You like being negative. It's because they weak for real. Ow! Damn it. Look, the one thing, you have to be that dude, bro. You gotta turn your stream on and be that dude, bro, that's gonna win it all for everybody, bro. Go on, bro. The team gonna get you killed. I'll tell you what I know, bro. Nah, we need them though. You gotta be close, but it's not too close. Everybody gotta know when to pivot. There's a lot of fouls over there. Oh, no, Tommy gun. I don't know what I could have done, bro, against that last dude. Because I literally just came around the corner and got blasted one shot. Like, I got 4 shots in the 8. Your ass is scared too, bro. Shit crazy. You scared? You think them dudes gonna come way over here and get us? they will do that one day. Your ass is funny. Niggas will come get us, okay. Damn, bro. Alright, this is perfect. Ain't no, what, no first stage here. Oh, bro. But how you running this? Come on, bro. I'm trying to get over. I'm trying to get 250 today. 300. Shit is stupid. Yeah. Hmm? No, no. 250,000. Bro. What? I want your fucking money, bro. Shit only a 0.9. I think it's the first thing too. Send them all around. Should really leave for it. That's your loyalty, ain't it? Yeah. You said they was on calm, bro. You was right. So pretty bad, right? You're not, bro. I don't know why you're so scared, bro. Nah, it's not scary. It's just it's a strategical advantage. They're gonna catch them, run it up, and shoot it. The hell is that behind us? No. Damn, they hopped out. They hopped out too, bro. I'm getting shot on both sides. Of course, you chasing me down too. Forgot about you chasing me down. How can we forget about him? Them chasing me down, right? I am printing, bro. So I am printing. Yes, bro. I made 21.20, bro. sheesh. Hey, yo, AB. AB. Hey, bro, they just killed us, bro. I mean, 21-20. Oh. Oh. Ooh. I wish I knew she was calling. Who, sheesh? You talking about Honcho? Talking about me? Why you being like that? Bro, I've been in here longer than you, bro. You negative. Oh my god. What did I even do? What did I even do, man? Your bitch ass up. What did I do to him, though? It's crazy. I don't even know what I did to him. Now, you gotta give 3 good reasons, though, bro. Bro, you gotta get. Bro, I didn't even come in here for them. I don't even know them people. They're making me laugh, though. Damn, bro, they don't tell me to leave the party. Well, they didn't tell me to leave the party. They try to kick me. They try to get me kicked. Yeah. What y'all say? I'm back. What y'all say?
Damn, niggas trying to cut your water off, Frost.
My, my,
Say, blow dead bitch ass nigga.
uh, you guys want to play the game?
I do want to play the game though. Yeah, Huey don't like you at all, bro. Like, Huey said he would beat your ass in the position right now he's in. Nah, Huey is. Hey, bring somebody to chance. How old are you?
I think he mad because I look better than him.
Oh, it's gonna be ugly. I guess you want some of the little data sharpening.
Like what? Kick Frost? I didn't say that. Y'all did. I don't know why y'all. I don't know why y'all saying on me. I didn't do that to y'all.
Oh,
I
you
want.
gonna say kick him, nigga?
I want to see y'all win, bro. I want to see you win. What's a lisp, bro? What is? What is he talking about, bro? Bro. Well, nobody in the hood will say that, bro.
Yeah, kid, get the shit started, bro. I'm about to go ahead and do some work.
You guys want to go over here? There's gonna be no enemies, and we're gonna get our loadout, and we're gonna win for real. You gotta keep me alive. This is the only polar bear on this map. You gotta keep me alive, we'll win. For real. That's what happened last two games. We won. I was with Murder. Yeah, and Murder here, and we won. We won the last two. I just gotta keep me alive for sure, and we'll win. Heck, can't nobody fly like me before. It's only that. All at the final. I might end the game, chat. I mean, that probably said me or something crazy. I'm still. Bro, why y'all talking about me and I'm not even in there? I'm over playing the game. Trop. Hey, how you doing today, Lost? I'm the same person I always was, man.
Nigga, you knew this shit. I already like you.
But why? You didn't give us three. You didn't give us three reasons why you don't like Frost.
I'm giving you multiple reasons why I like you.
See, that's racism. You just not liking me
I'm
because
giving you
I'm
multiple
black.
reasons why I like
Because
you.
I'm black.
That ain't racism.
Because I'm black. No, you don't. You don't like him.
Yeah,
You don't like him.
Frost is
Oh,
nice.
so cause Frost is nice. You don't like him cause he's nice.
No, because you don't like it who it is.
Cause it's discipline over emotions. Is that what it is? Always talk shit. What I say to you? What? What did I say to them? No, you don't. No, 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 no. It's just you. It's just you. It's just you. You just don't like me. And I didn't do nothing to you. I don't know why you sad. I think your tears are cold. Yeah, you heard them, bro. I'm trying to play the game, bro. They crazy, bro. Bro, they making me sad, bro. What am I gonna do now? I know I told him that.
And if I know him, I told him like, why would you want to do that?
Why in the world would you want to do that? If you knew the way she looked, you wouldn't even do that.
I would.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, I would.
You would think about not doing it.
I mean, if
You definitely wouldn't do that. It's crazy where you definitely wouldn't do that, cuz. If you knew, you wouldn't do that, bro. You just saying anything at this point. For real, bro.
Who he want to fight though? Who he want to fight against though? Who he want to fight?
What I say? What I say to y'all at the party, bro? I be recording all my streams, bro. I didn't say nothing. What I say, bro? Day. What I say the old days?
Hey, B, bro, this shotgun crazy. You don't watch it no more?
Say, look, they give me. They give me three. They give me three reasons why they don't like me, bro. They have made up some stuff, bro. Talking about I always.
You said it was cat.
Who's cat, bro? Bro, I'm playing the game, bro.
Oh, you playing with somebody else?
No, bro, I'm just playing the game with y'all, bro.
Can y'all play together?
I'm playing the game regardless, though, bro.
I bet you ain't got no money.
But I slap the shit out of one of y'all in here. I told y'all that. I didn't tell them. I slapped the shit out of one of y'all in this party. They talking shit in that burner. I don't know why they talk. No, they come in this party, but they talking shit about me, bro. They try to get me. Bro, we in the car, bro. Oh shit, no we ain't. Mm-mm. Yeah. Bro, they was being mean, bro. I got 8 first aid. You might need a first aid at the drugstore. There's 3 right here. Bro, you over talking about hiding in the bushes and the enemies coming, but they ain't even heard stuff. Oh, I know where I need to go. I'm just chilling in the house. I think I hear a car right now though. But look, I'm just in the house. Like I know where I need to be going. I mean, I'm in the house in real life. That don't make me scared like in the real life. And I gotta sit in the smokes in case something happens. know why I'm playing. I got a walkie-talkie on. Oh, they up there dropping bombs and shit. Girl, I'm heading back. It's a dude driving over here. Not my teammate, but some other dude coming in. It's BP over here. He's coming towards us, y'all. We can come in behind him and try to kill him. Where was you throwing that grenade at, bro? You way over here. Oh, bro, I'm dead. Somebody shot two seconds. That's it. Put 20 more rounds in that gun. And he has some more. Nah, bro, why can't I ever drive? I mean, ride with you, bro. What I want to do with this dude right here, bro? Wow, that's hard. Drive. Keep driving. So getting up. Hey, it's a dude right here by the. Right here. Right here by this rock, bro. It's over there throwing grenades and shit. Went through that smoke, but I didn't throw that smoke. Right when I was killing him, somebody threw smoke. No, this is a new team. Official. Hopefully that's the last one. I'm not ran over there because he ran over and he died. What the fuck? Wait till him to go over there and die. We over here safe as hell, trying to win the game. He went over there by himself to go do whatever he accomplished by himself. Why would we run over there? You about to get him placement. Right there on Blue P. They seem down to somebody over there too. There's people on our left still.
I'm gonna grab me some more samples. Okay. I'm doing as much as they need.
Some invite.
Come on, go ahead though.
I do, bro.
Do it.
Oh, sorry.
Cards and since with those, since we still got them back in us, we the opposite. We gotta get them bullish and motherfucking the next few. Motherfucking rocket been going crazy. Rocket section. Yeah. Yes, bro. I posted that bitch. Ain't that bitch got into our tank, bro? Yeah. With no clip. Hell yeah, it cleaned it down. Like one or two hits, it cleaned it down. Maybe three, four. Yeah, that shit crazy. That shit, yep. We was trying to get it started. Time my nigga Ibuka though.
Bro, who, bro?
I'm gonna bring all shoes with him.
Me too, bro. Weak ass nigga. I told him that.
Watch your head, please.
I told him that, yeah. Sheldon. Yo, Sheldon Frost here. Hey, I want to show you guys Bird. It was up. What is this? Almost 600%. Hey, put this on your watch list, man. We're gonna see what's going on with all birds. Yo, Sheldon Frost here. Hey, I want to show you guys Bird. It was up. What is this? Almost 600%. Hey, put this on your watch list, man. We're gonna see what's going on with all birds. Yo, join me for some gaming. But hey, I want to tell you guys about all bird. Hey, this thing right here, what's up? What's this? 600%. Hey, focus up. Get at me. Yo, join me for some gaming. But hey, because I'm doing too much.
Bro, I fuck with that GG boy right now.
Hey, yo, I was just informed. Look.
Oh my god, bro. Hey, y'all click on that GG boy.
Hey, I'm here to inform you guys about Bird. It was up almost 600% today. Hey, all birds, Bird. That's the ticker. Bullish on the trend. Check it out. Check me out on some game at Sheldon Frost. Hey, I'm here to inform you guys about Bird. It was up almost 600% today. Hey, all birds, Bird. It's the ticker. Bullish on the trend. Check it out. Check me out on some game at Sheldon Frost. Hey, I'm here to. Yo. Yo, Murder, what are you doing, bro? murder.